Наши ценности – это человеколюбие, милосердие и сострадание. И хочу завершить свое выступление словами настоящего патриота Ивана Александровича Ильина. Если я считаю моей родиной Россию, то это значит, что я по-русски люблю, созерцаю и думаю, по-русски пою и говорю, что я верю в духовные силы русского народа. Его дух – мой дух, его судьба – моя судьба, его страдания – мое горе, его расцвет – моя радость. За этими словами великий духовный выбор, которому более чем за 1000 лет российской государственности следовали многие поколения наших предков. Сегодня этот выбор делаем мы. Сделали граждане Донецкой и Луганской народных республик, жители Запорожской и Херсонской областей. Они сделали выбор быть со своим народом, быть с Родиной, жить ее судьбой, побеждать вместе с ней. За нами правда, за нами Россия.
Начинается церемония подписания документов. Президент Российской Федерации Владимир Владимирович Путин, глава Донецкой Народной Республики Денис Владимирович Пушилин, глава Луганской Народной Республики Леонид Иванович Пасечник, глава Запорожской области Евгений Витальевич Балецкий, и глава Херсонской области Владимир Васильевич Сальда. Подписывают договоры между Российской Федерацией и Донецкой Народной Республикой. Российской Федерацией и Луганской Народной Республикой. Российской Федерацией и Запорожской областью. Российской Федерацией и Херсонской областью. О принятии в Российскую Федерацию Донецкой Народной Республики, Луганской Народной Республики, Запорожской области, и Херсонской области. И образовании в составе Российской Федерации новых субъектов. Исполняется государственный гимн Российской Федерации.
Maybe 10 or 20. Right?
Scary.
No, not scared.
Can I say that?
Yeah, because
I work here.
but I know. Yeah, I was keeping my journalistic,
Integrity.
yeah. All right. You gotta take that Armstrong.
Jasmine.
Jasmine, see you next week or whatever it is. Take care.
Jasmine. No, I gotta wipe it. Who did that? You staying out here. Are you staying out here?
I can't send a letter.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the East Room and silence your cell phones. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the East Room and silence your cell phones. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the East Room and silence your cell phones. The program will begin shortly. and gentlemen, the President of the United States and Dr. Jill Biden, accompanied by the Vice President of the United States and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
Good morning. As we gather in honor of the high holy days, I know that all of our hearts are with those affected by the hurricanes. Many have had to flee their homes, as you've seen. Temples will be shuttered on Yom Kippur, and some will have to break their fast without beloved family beside them. I hope that their faith and our prayers bring them comfort during this dark time. In Judaism, the days of awe, these 10 days of reflection and repentance, call for introspection. But it's not an endeavor taken alone. The prayers on Yom Kippur begin with we. We have gone astray. We have not lived up to the best versions of ourselves, as individuals and as a community. It's a recognition of a powerful truth that we fail together, we forgive together, and we heal together too. That's why there is hope to be found in this sacred time as well. It's a chance to release the burdens that have weighed us down and reach toward the light of the divine, to be with family facing the best and worst of ourselves, surrounded by love, knowing that we will emerge stronger than before. It's a moment to remember that the path we walk will one day end, and hold close those who travel beside us. The days of awe remind us that it's never too late to begin again. We, all of us, are a work in progress. So we continue that work, speaking truth, fighting for justice, believing that we can heal our broken world. Let us look toward the past with wisdom and turn toward the future with joy. Let us remember that there is hope and healing ahead. In our highs and our lows, we are not alone. And there is beauty and sweetness in every step of the way. Now, I'm grateful to be here with my family, including so many people who have become family over the years. And that now includes Kamala and Doug. You know, there's so many things. Yes. You know, there are so many things that you have both brought to our lives. But during the high holidays, I am especially grateful for the chance to join you, Doug, in honoring traditions that I know that you hold close to your heart. So thank you for spending this special time with us. Everyone, please welcome the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff.
Thank you, my good friend, Dr. Biden. You have always been such a leader in bringing people together, and you do it with compassion, and you do it with purpose. And that's exactly what you're doing here today by welcoming our Jewish community to the White House. So thank you so much. And on a personal note, back at you. You and the president have really made our family feel like your family, so thank you so much. And again, I also want to echo Dr. Biden's words of comfort to those who have been affected by these horrible storms. Our prayers are with you, and we will continue to do everything we can to support all of you and your families and your communities. And my wife, the Vice President, Kamala, and I, We're honored to join you as well as we welcome in this new year, Shana Tova. And it's a particular honor for me as the first Jewish spouse of a president or a vice president. But do you know, for years, as a lot of you know, the Bidens invited our community for celebrations when they lived at the vice president's residence. Yeah. And now the Vice President Harris and I, my wife, we are very grateful that we get to continue in the tradition that they set forth. The doorposts there are protected by mezuzot, that's 2 mezuzahs. We hosted a Passover Seder, we've lit a historic menorah for Hanukkah, but now we gather in the White House during the days of awe, as Dr. Biden mentioned, between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Now, in my family, Rosh Hashanah meant a trip to my grandmother's apartment in Brooklyn. And I could still smell that brisket cooking and burning in the kitchen. I can still taste the slightly warm challah, but slightly stale, on the table. And of course, as a lot of you remember, my grandmother begged all of us kids not to jump on the couch because I took the plastic coverings off. But this is also a season to reflect and atone and repent for both of our shortcomings and those that we see around us. And let's be clear, we all know this, Jews worldwide face horrendous discrimination and violence and anti-Semitism. And one of the reasons that our great president ran for president was to confront the kinds of hate and anti-Semitism that we all saw and were mortified by in Charlottesville. And on this issue, we have a president and a vice president who know that all Americans must be able to worship without fear or violence. And we also know they are 2 leaders of deep faith who believe in tolerance and inclusion, not just for our Jewish community, but for all communities. And our president has said, and I quote, "If Jewish history and tradition teaches us anything, it's the resilient belief in the promise of tomorrow." So as the Jewish community in the United States and Israel and around the world take stock and renew our hopes for the start to 5783, we are grateful to be sharing it in one of the Jewish community's best friends. Please join me in welcoming the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Well, as you're about to find out, Doug and I married way above our station. You've already seen one example of that. You'll soon see another. Doug, thank you for the introduction. And Doug's right. You're the first, but Kamala often says you won't be the last. Kamala won't be the last woman to be vice president or president. Let me start by recognizing this reception comes at a very difficult time for so many Jewish families in Florida, possibly for some of you who have loved ones in Florida, mothers, fathers, grandparents, friends. Our heart goes out to everyone there in the state experiencing what could be maybe one of the most devastating hurricanes in the history of that state. And I was going to say more about that this afternoon. I'm making a major address on this. So many families just celebrated New Year's and are now in this solemn part of the high holidays. Some of you are from the area or have family or friends there, and as I said, it's got to be a tough time for a lot of you. And I want to, Representative Ted Deutsch and Debbie Wasserman Schultz are here, and a lot of other friends. Good to see you, Ted. And we're working very closely with the governor and the entire Florida delegation Democrat and Republican, making sure that we can do everything we can, including now search and rescue, recovery, and rebuilding efforts, which are going to go on for a while, going to go on for a long while. And whatever it takes, we're going to be there as one nation and one America. We're not going to walk away. So let me just say, Ted, you're a dear friend. You're retiring after 12 years. Don't go. Change your mind. Do something. We're really going to miss you, pal. No, we really are. We're going to miss you in Congress. We've worked together closely for a long time. And I look forward to your leadership in the American Jewish Committee. So thank you. When Jill and I were Vice President and First Lady, Jill and I were honored to host the first Rosh Hashanah reception at the Naval Observatory. And today, as President and First Lady, we're humbled to host the first High Holidays reception ever in the White House with so many of our friends. Now, if I acknowledge everyone by name, we'll be here for the Hanukkah reception in December. But this is Ted and Debbie. I also want to acknowledge someone else who means a great deal to our family. Rabbi Michael Beals of the congregation Beth Shalom in Wilmington, Delaware. There you are. With his predecessors, Rabbi Kraft and Rabbi Geffen, that's where I received my education. I probably went to shul more than many of you did. You all think I'm kidding. He can tell you I'm not. I'm not. Beth Shalom is home for countless friends, and for me, it's been a home. And over the years, we've shared deep conversations about faith and finding purpose. And they've always, always, always been there for my family in the good times and not so good times. And just like rabbis, synagogues, and Jewish community centers in your hometowns, you're always there. Your congregations are there for you, and for everyone in the neighborhood, whether they're Jewish or not. And that's the tradition I got raised. I spent a lot of time, I'm practicing Catholic, but I'd go to services on Saturday and on Sunday. You all think I'm kidding. I'm not. So look, that's the power of the Jewish community all across America. And Doug mentioned the high holidays are a sacred time for introspection and renewal and repentance. And a time to ask for forgiveness, to mend our relationships with God and with our fellow men. The late Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, who passed away 2 years ago, once said that the most important lesson of the high holidays is that nothing is broken beyond repair. Nothing is broken beyond repair. It's never too late to change and to be better. I've always believed that message, and I also think it's universal. And we've emerged from one of our most difficult moments in our history. I believe nothing is broken beyond repair, and there's a lot we can do to change things and bring people together. We can and we are emerging stronger from this pandemic. We're building an economy that works for everyone. We're responding to the cry for action by the climate. We're actually rallying the world. We're rallying the world to keep support for Ukraine strong and consistent. And Ukraine's right to exist as a people. You know, and we're showing that we can do big things as a country when we work together, regardless of our political party, from taking on gun violence to supporting our veterans to rebuilding America itself to ending cancer as we know it. But there's a lot more we can do, but we have to do it together to restore the soul of America. When I ran, I said one of the reasons I was running literally was to restore the soul of America, bring back some decency and honor in the way we talk about one another, the way we deal with one another, standing up to anti-Semitism that was constantly lurking in the shadows. You know, the Jewish people know better than any what my father, who was not Jewish but would constantly use the phrase, silence is complicity. Silence is complicity. I was reminded of that yet again during my recent trip to Israel. I reaffirmed America's unshakable commitment to Israeli security. Matter of fact, the Prime Minister was telling me, he said, I remember what you said. I'd forgotten what I said when I landed. He looked at me, he said, you looked at me, you said, it's good to be home. But, you know, the first place I went back to was Yad Vashem. And there were 2 Holocaust survivors there who emigrated to America after the war, but returned to that sacred ground to speak to young people so we'd never forget. And I think that after all they experienced in the 40s, today witnessing a record high anti-Semitism in 2022, they never thought would be the case again, although maybe they did in their hearts think it could happen, but they were there. I decided to run for president, and this is not hyperbole. You've heard me say this for over almost 3 years now, that when I saw those people walking out of the fields, literally walking out of the fields in Virginia, carrying torches, Nazi flags, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was chanted in the streets of Berlin and Germany in the early 30s. And when asked, when the young woman was killed, what do you think? And the comment made by a former leader was, they're good people on both sides. I've made it clear since I was elected, including 2 weeks ago, at the first of its kind summit against hate-fueled violence at the White House. Hate can have no safe harbor. It's never defeated. It only hides. It hides under rocks. And when we breathe a little oxygen under those rocks, it comes out. It comes out. And failure to call it out is complicity, and the silence is complicity. We can't, I mean it. We can't remain silent. The rest of the world looks to us. That's why I established the first special envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism at the ambassadorial level. I appointed Deborah Lipstadt, a Holocaust expert, to this critical position. She's here today. Where are you, Deborah? All the way in the back. That's usual with her humility. But Deborah, thank you for being willing to do it. And we worked with Congress to secure the largest increase in funding ever for physical security of nonprofits, including synagogues, religious organizations. Because nobody should fear going to a religious service or a school or walking down a street wearing a symbol of their faith. Nobody. Motivated violence, working hand in hand with the Jewish community, and many in here are working with us. I'm not going to remain silent. We can't remain silent. I mean this sincerely. If we let the Jewish tradition holds that from the time the book of life is opened on Rosh Hashanah until the gates close in Yom Kippur, our fate hangs in the balance. It's in our hands. It's in our hands to change, to do better to ourselves, for ourselves, and for others. I believe we face a similar inflection point as a nation. My hope and prayer for the year ahead is that for one of the most difficult moments that we've gone through in a long time, we emerge stronger. That resilient belief in the promise of tomorrow is embodied in thousands of years of Jewish history and in the story of America. So let's do the work ahead. Let's do the work together, regardless of your political persuasion. Let's recognize the work of our democracy. You know, as the Talmud instructs, it's not required that you complete the gap between the world we see and the future we seek, to keep the faith, to remember who we are. We're the United States of America, damn it. There's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. So God bless you all. May this be a happy, healthy, and sweet new year, and may we all be inscribed in the book of life. But before I leave today, I have a special part of this program I want to mention. One of the things that Jill and I appreciate most about opening the White House to celebrate people who mean so much to the country. I can't think of anyone better who embodies the sacred spirit of this season than the special guest we have here today. Born in Tel Aviv, stricken by polio as a child, that's made it difficult for him to walk ever since, came to America to pursue his God-given talent that moves our souls, an Israeli-American icon of our time, one of the most celebrated violinists of our times. Please join me in the foyer to hear a special performance from Itzhak Perlman. Itzhak, he plays from the heart. As the rabbis tell us, what comes from the heart enters the heart, and you're about to experience it. God love you all. God be willing that we have a good year. Thank you. I'll be talking about that a little later today, okay? Let's celebrate now. Good afternoon, folks. With the devastation caused by Hurricane Ian in Florida and the storm just hours away from hitting South Carolina, as some parts are already hit, I want to update you on what we've done since I last spoke to you on this 24 hours ago. I've directed that every possible action be taken to save lives and get help to survivors, because every single minute counts. It's not just a crisis for Florida. This is an American crisis. We're all in this together, and I've spoken to Governor DeSantis on multiple occasions, as well as this morning, and as well as mayors and county officials, both Republican and Democrat, from the places most affected. And I spoke with Governor McMaster of South Carolina this morning as well. Last night, I received a request for an emergency declaration from Governor McMaster, which I approved right away, just as I did for Florida. This allows for immediate federal funding for the state to shelter people and provide other essential support. By approving it early, ahead of the storm's landfall in South Carolina, we can get supplies in and provide shelter if necessary. My message to the people of South Carolina is simple. Please listen to all the warnings and directions from local officials and follow their instructions. And as you all know, the situation in Florida is far more devastating. We're just beginning to see the scale of that destruction. It's likely to rank among the worst of the nation's and the worst in the nation's history. You have all seen it on television, homes and property wiped out. It's going to take months, years to rebuild. And our hearts go out to all those folks whose lives have been absolutely devastated by this storm. America's heart is literally breaking just watching people watch it on television. I just want the people of Florida to know we see what you're going through and we're with you. We're going to do everything we can for you. I say to the rest of Americans, just imagine yourself in that situation. Water rising, walls collapsing, streets turned literally into rivers, charter boats on top of automobiles, watching the home and the community work so hard to establish, literally washed away. And folks across the country are now waiting to hear from parents and grandparents who live in Florida, just hoping and praying they're okay. At my direction, we pre-deployed the largest team of search and rescue experts in recent history, because so many of the rescuers need to take place now, need to be there in place now, in the water now. And the United States Coast Guard has been deployed as well. 6 fixed-wing aircraft, 18 rescue boats and crews, 16 rescue helicopters, which were in the air all day yesterday and are added again today. Working with the Defense Department, the National Guard, state and local first responders, they've rescued 117 people on the southwest Florida coast and Fort Myers and Naples so far. Just this morning, I spoke personally with the Lieutenant Commander of the Coast Guard, Christopher Hooper, who is leading the search and rescue operation there. He emphasized this is one fight, everyone working together, Coast Guard, Defense Department, Customs and Border Patrol, Florida Fish and Wildlife, local officials. They're doing everything they can to rescue people. He said, Mr. President, we will not rest at night until we know they're safe and sound. He talked about how they rescued a 94-year-old woman who had the courage to be hoisted up onto a helicopter, the wind blowing, and as well as a 1-month-old baby. Not at the same time, but a 1-month-old baby as well, and so much in between. He also spoke to aviation survival. I also spoke to aviation survival second class, Zach Lesh, who described how difficult the decision is for people to leave everything and come to safety. I told him how proud of him I was and thanked him for all the work he and his coasties are doing to save lives. I'm grateful for the brave women and men, federal, state, and local folks working so hard. They're all working as one team. Hear that from the governor as well as from the federal folks. In the past 24 hours, my administration has approved 4 more counties in Florida for individual disaster assistance, in addition to the 9 counties we had announced yesterday. What that means is the federal government is covering every cost, 100% of the cost, to clear the massive debris left in the wake of the hurricane in these counties. and all needs to be cleared out for communities to begin the hard work of trying to get back on their feet. That declaration also means that we will cover all the extra costs for emergency personnel who are saving lives and providing for public safety. Because phone lines and internet might go out, FEMA is registering people directly to be able to get help. They're setting up disaster recovery centers and shelters all across the state so we can get survivors registered for the help they need as quickly as they can possibly get it. And if you can't get to a center, we're sending out mobile teams into communities to meet people where they are. Getting the power back on is also critical. I want to recognize, this is, I think, impressive, 44,000 utility workers and restoration personnel from 33 states and the District of Columbia who are working around the clock to help get power back on for millions of Floridians who've lost it. I've ordered more than 400 personnel from the Army Corps of Engineers to Florida with more than 250 generators to enable power supplies for key locations like hospitals and shelters. And last night, my Homeland Security Advisor met with the electric sector leaders to ensure that they're coordinating with owners and operators of the grid so nothing will stand in the way of getting the power back on. Yesterday, I was briefed by the leaders of FEMA, the Coast Guard, the Army Corps of Engineers, and other organizations that are at the tip of the spear right now. I directed them to provide me with information on where housing and health facilities and power and cell service and other critical infrastructure has been most affected so we can prioritize and focus our efforts and expand them where the help is needed the most. In addition to what we're doing for Florida and South Carolina, we remain focused on recovery efforts in Puerto Rico as well. And I will say it as long as we're going to stay with it and stay at it as long as it takes. I spent a lot of time with people in the aftermath of disasters. I have immense gratitude for the first responders and emergency crews who always show up no matter what. At times like these, Americans come together. They put aside politics. They put aside division. And we come together to help each other. Because we know if it were us who just lost our homes or a loved one, we'd hope people would show up to help us as well. Red Cross volunteers as far away as Oregon and the Dakotas, and utility workers from Minnesota and Nebraska and Vermont have traveled to Florida in the past few days to help do whatever they can. That's America. That's who we are. We're going to keep doing everything we can, and we'll do it as the United States of America. So God bless all of you who are hurting. May God protect the troops and all those brave souls risking their lives and fellow Americans. I want to say one more thing. I want to also speak to Mr. Putin's remarks this morning. You know, America and its allies are not going, let me emphasize that, are not going to be intimidated, are not going to be intimidated by Putin and his reckless words and threats. He's not going to scare us, and he doesn't, or intimidate us. Putin's actions are a sign he's struggling. The sham referenda he carried out and this routine he put on, don't worry, it's not on there if you're looking, okay? The sham routine that he put on this morning that's showing the unity and, you know, as people holding hands together. Well, the United States is never going to recognize this. And quite frankly, the world's not going to recognize it either. He can't seize his neighbor's territory and get away with it. It's as simple as that. And they're going to stay the course. We're going to continue to provide military equipment so that Ukraine can defend itself and its territory and its freedom, including additional resources that the Congress is going to give me today of $13 billion more to help the Ukrainians defend themselves and fight back. And we're fully prepared to defend. I want to say this again. America is fully prepared with our NATO allies to defend every single inch of NATO territory. Every single inch. So, Mr. Putin, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Every inch. And I've been in close touch with our allies. We're announcing new sanctions today as well. that including new authorities to sanction anyone who provides political or economic support to Russia's fraudulent territorial claims. And I've been in close touch with our NATO allies who are united in our resolve to take on his aggression. So I thank you all very much. You also asked me earlier about the pipeline, and let me say this. It was a deliberate act of sabotage, and now the Russians are pumping out disinformation and lies. We're going to work with our allies to get to the bottom of exactly precisely what happened. And at my direction, I've already begun to help our allies enhance the protection of this critical infrastructure. And at the appropriate moment when things calm down, we're going to be sending divers down to find out exactly what happened. We don't know that yet exactly, but we're not, just don't listen to what Putin is saying. What he's saying we know is not true. Thank you all so very much.
Russian nuclear weapons.
Do you believe Russia was behind the sabotage, sir?
It's a giant aspect.
Yeah, and so what that looks like is back in the day when we were
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You got it.
Hey, Corey, can you hold that?
Stay there. Oh, this.
What were you saying, Joe?
So when we all did cuts 100 years ago, everybody had their camera.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There was a direct
Wait, you
feed
need to focus.
from the chair
Good.
that had a microphone. So our reporter would have a microphone and we would put it at channel 2 on our cams. Because it was our unilateral, so that's what we did. That is that's what it's labeled here. That's not how originally we had it in there. It was part of that split that, so I gave you the red one, there's an orange one. That's where they did it as well. You know what, at some point, we're just gonna have to come back here and at least get our shit put back together so it's labeled, so that if somebody comes in and isn't sure what's what, it's clearly labeled for everybody here. You know, briefing, audio.
I mean, at the very least, like, it'd be nice to just put little ABC tags on it. Like, or like, this is,
That's fine, we can do ABC tags, but it also needs to be labeled what it is that you're
yeah,
putting in.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, just say, well, this is, you know, maybe on the barrel, just like, this is program, this is whatever.
Right. Again, it's really a job for Wyatt Day, like when he's traveling.
Yeah.
Come back here, that's an hour's garbage. But yeah, you can, no, it's turned into a dump.
I mean, I like.
It's not all our dump.
If you could just, I mean, like, run it around the side of that to ABC's.
Well, I mean, I think everybody's anticipating at some point, everybody's gonna be back here again, except for maybe AP.
Is that what we're anticipating?
Well, so the word is that the networks are trying to push for that, but I wonder, if the networks are saving so much money, are they really trying to push for it? I don't know. So, but anyway, I'll get in here sometime. My P-Touch label maker.
I have that too. It's a great label maker.
No, I'm supposed to be believe it or not, the takeout camera. I haven't done it all day.
First of all, that
Yes.
so he didn't really have any idea. It's not easily. So somebody
I came on Monday.
needs to go through,
Fix it.
pull it out,
Okay.
and clearly label what it is. Because he had something that says chairman.
Oh, you're not talking about that, you're talking about
Up there on the
Got
side
it.
there.
All right, I can do it on Monday.
And it wasn't the chairman either, though. So it's just this needs to be looked at again.
Yeah.
But anyway, question. I was using Brian's Electrosonic 400, and I noticed, I was saying before, that from this transmitter in the back of this camera, this is running fast.
Well, sort of. It can go to +4 on the transmitter, right? So you could give it gain, but I usually run it at like -30 the transmitter, and then do. Oh no, you're talking about the
output from
receiver.
output. I'm sorry. You're right. I got it wrong. The Yeah. No, yeah, it depends on who's big.
I'm a big fan of that. When I moved here in 2016, I really like it's a little bit.
The apartment, yeah, right.
For 6 months. I have kids, they go out so much. They want somebody to play to the
Any indications on what's happening with the price cap?
Yeah, yeah, you get a little bit more.
You know what?
No, they had problems. This is where, but I don't know, but maybe, I don't know. Yes, you should have it all.
Where is?
We give you credit line. But they know they're good people, so they don't ask for money and all that compromise. But we give a lot of commission to ex-CEOs, nobody in ex-CEOs. And when we can talk about when they do that, nobody from the press are hiring. And we give them consultation.
Yeah, absolutely.
I heard about one and I'm gonna try that.
This company is so tough.
Yeah. I think I have the good. Yeah. That was me just picking it.
We have the first English paper in the shower, right next door.
Yeah, of course.
Great. And the boost you're
And
gonna
the journalism department is like on the stuff. And then after I know the bases and the soldiers and I have soldiers who are like two. Each paper.
Thank you so much for your availability on short notice. I appreciate it.
There wasn't anything else? There wasn't anything else?
There was nothing.
I guess it was might be part of
Each
it.
day, so they pay $30, $40.
My best to get in there, so I appreciate it. Appreciate your thoughts.
Any military that I had,
All right, good. Take care. Have a good
we
weekend.
served there was the frontier. It was 12 pages, it still is 12 pages, but all the top news, local news, business news, schools. Well, 2 years I had spent it on the bed. Syphilitis. So 2 years I had it on 6 years. So we go to the street, so association. But Khalid says the one that someone is Christian. And my aunt very much used to say, I'm stuck with the law.
Oh yeah, you just arrived? Yeah. Go there so we can do stuff together. Hi, how are you? Good, how are you? I'm good. Maybe he'll have something to say about himself. I'm gonna try watching this. Yeah.
You've just been here the whole time?
No, I took a siesta.
Good. Actual one? I would have shot you out in bed.
As I do every day.
Right.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Playing golf? A little bit, yeah. Here and there. Yeah.
It was not at the top of my question for me until she got to the wall. Yeah, yeah.
promise to bring it back, you know, revise it. You could see the leaves out. Not everybody did find it, but the family.
I tried to write that in a number of different ways, and we just gotta go straight.
I have NBC and CBS. Who else is on the page?
Okay. How soon are they now? Yeah.
They will now start at 3.
Okay. Okay.
Straighten out.
Yeah.
I said it safe. You guys should go down to the pharmacy again someday. After the bridge report. You like it?
Yeah, nice.
Are you still having hot dogs? Yeah. And then he like pre-answered like almost all the questions. And then he always does. It's incredible.
The transition from the 30s to the rest of the
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, but I mean, like,
Did what? Well, you should call that man.
Yeah, I thought
everyone was like, oh, we might take notes so hard that you almost not time to say questions anyway. I was, just saying that it's not on the telephone, what I'm saying. It's like a photographer from the floor. I didn't totally get it.
that's right.
Yeah. Yeah. So it seemed like an odd thing to say.
It draws attention to maybe
I wasn't actually. I'm not doing Gizzy as fiction is right. It was so programmed. I mean, it was really like this is what they are. They don't have Gizzy answers. It was like really the answer at the back of the book. People tell me, they're like, I live in the wharf. I'm like, I'm sorry. Then I drive down there now. I'm like, oh.
Those hotels that were down there.
Oh, the no-tell motels? Arthur Treacher's was down there? No, that's it. No, that's it. You know, there's a Titanic memorial. I'm not sure I can find it now. We did a story on it. We did a story on Channel 5 with the not so famous memorial piece of I enjoyed it. The reporter I picked for it was not really in the No, you did.
How do you like this? I've gone, I've gone around the neck and the head. Completely hands up. Only watches.
Attention, 2 minutes to press briefing, 2 minutes to press briefing. Thank you.
Oh, we did, sorry. It was part of the machinery that was
How are you?
Now we can start.
Dear, how are you?
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Friday. Okay, so today was a historic day for the country. We should all be proud of Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and her historic investiture to the United States Supreme Court. More than 100 justices have served on the United States Supreme Court over the past 200 years. But today, for the first time, Americans and people across the world will see 4 women sitting on the bench. And today, for the first time, Americans will see a Black woman serving on our nation's highest court. This is a proud day for America, for our democracy, and in particular for women and Black women. This fulfills major promises President Biden made to help make sure our Supreme Court bench reflects the diversity of our nation, and more broadly, to strengthen the judiciary by fighting to nominate and confirm federal judges at a fast rate. He promised his nominees would be experienced, committed to the rule of law, and that they would represent diverse personal and professional backgrounds. Since taking office, President Biden has made 143 nominations. 84 have been confirmed, which is standout progress. And of his 143 nominees, 68% have been women and 66% are people of color. He's nominated groundbreaking first, who would be the first Black, Latino, and AAPI judge to serve in their circuit or district around the country. Today, as we celebrate Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson investiture, we also want to celebrate the many others across the country making history. And the president is going to keep building on what he sees as one of his proudest accomplishments, and he thanks the Senate for their leadership on this issue as well. Finally, as you heard directly from the president a short time ago, our hearts are with everyone impacted by Hurricanes Ian and also Hurricane Fiona. The President remains in regular touch with the state and local officials and spoke with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster this morning. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell is also on the ground in Florida today. Since before the storm made landfall, President Biden has been clear that it is a priority for the entire administration to get those impacted by the storm help that they need. 1 week ago, the President issued an emergency declaration for Florida, which meant we could pre-position teams and resources like food, water, and generators on the ground. Yesterday, the President did the same thing for South Carolina in anticipation of the storm hitting there. Currently, efforts are focused on saving lives and search and rescue as part of an unprecedented level of coordination with the Florida National Guard and state and local responders. Teams started search and rescue missions before daylight yesterday and are continuing that effort today. By the end of yesterday, they had already saved hundreds of lives and completed thousands of structural assessments, allowing people to safely return to their homes. Federal teams are continuing to assess damage and work to restore critical services, ensuring emergency power is available to critical infrastructure like hospitals, and evaluating bridges, airports, and ports as well. We're also continuing to support the people of Puerto Rico as they recover from Hurricane Fiona. We're providing support for emergency response, recovery, and power restoration efforts, and covering 100% of the cost of public assistance, debris removal, and more. We have over 1,000 federal response workers on the ground, and we are providing millions of dollars to repair highways and bridges as well. We are also investing millions of dollars to make Puerto Rico's infrastructure, including its power grid, more resilient to climate change. The people of Florida, South Carolina, Puerto Rico, and everyone impacted by these storms have the full support of the federal government. And as you can see today, finally, we are joined by National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan at the podium to talk about the United States response to Russia's attempts to annex parts of sovereign Ukraine. And with that, I will let Jake take to the podium. Go ahead, Jake. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Corinne. As Corinne said, I will have an update for you all on Russia, but first I want to take a moment, just as Corinne did, to acknowledge the devastation of Hurricane Ian and the millions of people who have been impacted by this terrible storm. And as Corinne said and the President said earlier today, made clear we're going to do everything we can across this White House and across this government to support the people who have been impacted by the storm with the full resources of the federal government as communities endeavor to recover and then to rebuild. I also want to say a special word of thanks to our first responders at every level of our government for everything they are doing and for the life-saving and dangerous missions they've undertaken over the last 2 days to keep people safe. And if you'll indulge me, just a word on what was a very important foreign policy development yesterday. President Biden hosted a historic U.S. Pacific Island country summit. He released the first ever U.S. Pacific Island strategy. He announced over $810 million in additional expanded programs to help these countries combat the climate crisis, provide development assistance, enhance maritime security, and more. And finally, President Biden and all 12 Pacific Island presidents who joined him here at the White House for this summit issued a joint declaration to strengthen our partnership and to chart an affirmative vision for the region. Today, as you all saw just a little bit ago, President Biden issued a strong condemnation of Russia's fraudulent attempt to annex sovereign Ukrainian territory. This act is a flagrant violation of international law, and it has no legitimacy. Unfortunately, it's also not surprising. It's straight out of Putin's playbook of deceit, disinformation, and aggression, and we've been warning about it for months. In fact, I've stood at this podium and warned about it several times, including as recently as last week. Based on our information every aspect of this process was pre-staged and falsified under orders from the Kremlin. The sham referenda were held at gunpoint. Ukrainian civilians were forced to cast ballots through coercion, intimidation, and in some cases under the watch of armed guards. Saying that it somehow reflects the will of the people is an absurdity. The United States will never recognize these actions. The world will never recognize these actions. And we will stay the course, as the President told you earlier today. We have built, led, and maintained an extraordinary and coordinated response with our allies and partners, and that response will continue. As President Biden said, we will not be deterred. So what does that mean specifically in reaction to what has just happened? First, as we saw from the Treasury Department and as the President underscored, we are sending a clear warning from the United States government, supported by all of our G7 partners. We will sanction and impose export controls on any individual, entity, or country that provides political or economic support to these attempts at annexation. We have put in place authorities to enable us to do that rapidly and efficiently. We are also announcing new sanctions today that target additional Russian government officials and leaders, including State Duma members who are accomplices in these fraudulent actions, and including the central bank governor. We are also sanctioning Russian and Belarusian military officials, and we have specifically targeted defense procurement networks, including international suppliers supporting Russia's military-industrial complex. Second, we will continue to provide military equipment so that Ukraine can defend its territory and its freedom. Today, President Biden will sign legislation from Congress that contains more than $12 billion in additional funding for Ukraine, and we are grateful for the continued support. There is no stronger, more bipartisan rebuke of what Russia has just done, no more timely rebuke, and no more assertive statement that we can make through resources and not just through words, that we are going to continue to help Ukraine defend its territory and to deoccupy those parts that Russia has occupied. Earlier this week, we announced a significant new billion-dollar arms package, which included 18 new HIMARS for Ukraine as part of our long-term commitment to strengthening Ukraine's armed forces over the years ahead. And we expect to have another announcement of immediate security assistance to announce next week. Next, the United States and the international community have been crystal clear that we will use diplomatic tools at our disposal to fundamentally reject Russia's attempts to take its neighbor's territory by force. Today, the United States is supporting a resolution at the UN Security Council to condemn these sham referenda and to call on Russia immediately to withdraw its forces from Ukraine. If Russia seeks to shield itself at the Security Council, the United Nations will work with partners around the world to take action next week at the UN General Assembly. Leaders around the world have spoken out about what's at stake: the independence of the democratic nation of Ukraine, the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the very foundation of the United Nations Charter and the modern international order. As the Secretary General of the United Nations said yesterday, quote, "It must not be accepted," and it will not be accepted. To put it simply, the regions of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia remain Ukrainian territory. Ukraine has every right to continue to defend its sovereignty, which the people of Ukraine are doing bravely and courageously every day with the support of the international community. And the United States, for our part, under President Biden's leadership, will support them at every step along the way for as long as it takes. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Ukraine is seeking accelerated membership in NATO. Is that something that's possible or something you would seriously consider?
The United States has been clear for decades that we support an open door policy for NATO. Any decision on NATO membership is between the 30 allies and the countries aspiring to join. Right now, our view is that the best way for us to support Ukraine is through practical on-the-ground support in Ukraine, and that the process in Brussels should be taken up at a different time. Yes.
Thanks, Jake. In his speech this morning, the president called the Nord Stream pipeline attacks quote, a deliberate act of sabotage. And he said, now the Russians are pumping out misinformation and lies about it. Should we take that to mean that the U.S. now believes that Russia was likely responsible for this act of sabotage?
Well, first, Russia has done what it frequently does when it is responsible for something, which is make accusations that it was really someone else who did it. We've seen this repeatedly over time. But the president was also clear today that there is more work to do on the investigation before the United States government is prepared to make an attribution in this case. One of the practical reasons for that is that because gas is emanating from these pipelines, the Danish authorities and other authorities in the Baltic Sea can't actually get down to the source of the leak to do forensics on what appears to be an explosion. So we will have to wait until a combination of physical inspection, intelligence gathering, and consultation with our allies to make a definitive determination. But what we can say unequivocally is the suggestions Russia has made about the United States and other countries are flat out false. Russia knows they're false, but of course this is part of their playbook.
But how many countries or entities are even capable of carrying out the kind of attack that we saw with hundreds of kilograms of explosives 250 feet below the surface of the sea?
Not many. And I think this is obviously an act of sabotage that took place, we believe, in the neighborhood of 70 to 80 meters, 230 to 270 feet under the ocean. That takes some degree of sophistication. But I don't want to get ahead of myself in terms of asserting how exactly this happened or who exactly did it until we're standing on solid ground. We will continue to work with our allies and partners to gather all of the facts, and then we will make a determination about where we go from there.
Jake, two questions. Putin clearly had nuclear weapons on his mind today when he was giving this speech. He said the West is deceitful, hypocritical. The United States is the only country to have used nuclear weapons. And he said, by the way, they have created a precedent. How worrying is that to you?
I've been clear myself, President Biden has been clear, our administration has been clear that there is a risk, given all of the loose talk and the nuclear saber rattling by Putin, that he would consider this, and we've been equally clear about what the consequences would be. We have communicated that directly to the Russians. We do not presently see indications about the imminent use of nuclear weapons. We are, of course, monitoring that carefully and staying in close consultation with allies and partners, but this is something that we are attuned to, taking very seriously, and communicating directly with Russia about, including the kind of decisive responses the United States would have if they went down that dark road.
Is the risk of that higher now than it was 6 or 7 months ago?
Well, what's interesting is that at various points over the course of this conflict, including right at the outset, Putin has brandished the nuclear card. He's doing it again. So the risk has been there from the start. It's there today. I'm not going to characterize its exact level, only to say that we have been taking this seriously for some time, and we continue to take it seriously now. Yeah.
One broader question before you move on. What lessons from 2014 and from Crimea are you using now? What did you learn from that you're applying here?
Well, there's a number of, just in terms of the tactics of how things unfolded in Crimea, including the fact that you didn't have the kind of sustained military conflict associated with it that you do in these cases. That means you cannot draw the analogy too far. On the other hand, one of the things that we have been clear about from the start of this conflict, and even in the months that preceded it, when I stood at this podium and warned that it was coming, is that we were going to be prepared with clear, swift, and very certain responses. And so when I stand here before you today to talk about sanctions, to talk about new funding, to talk about new transfers of military equipment and diplomatic initiatives that are unfolding the very day that Putin gives his speech, that is all the product of months of planning and coordination with our allies and partners so that we do not allow time to elapse, so that we seize the diplomatic initiative, and so that we communicate very clearly we will not accept this, and we will help equip the Ukrainians to push back aggressively against it, even as we rally the international community to condemn it. That has been our strategy from the start. We have tried to be as clear and transparent about that as possible, warning what was going to come, indicating what we would do, and then following through and doing it. And that's what we're doing today. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. Would the U.S. actively enter the war if Putin used nukes on Ukraine?
So I have said before that we have had the opportunity to communicate directly to Russia a range of consequences for the use of nuclear weapons and the kinds of actions the United States would take. I have also said before that we are not going to telegraph these things publicly. And so all I can tell you is that the Russians understand where things stand on this issue, we understand where things stand on this issue, and I will leave it at that.
Do we run the risk, though, if we're not moving more firepower to Europe right now, that we would be unprepared for a serious response if he were to take that kind of action tomorrow?
President Biden, even before this conflict began, moved a substantial number of additional U.S. forces on land, sea, and air to Europe. After the conflict got underway, within 72 hours, he had ordered the movement of even more forces beyond that. So we are standing at a level of enhanced force posture across the eastern flank, in the major maritime domains, and with all of the capabilities we need in the air as well. We feel that we have in place right now the capacity to effectively deter and respond to any contingency and to make good on what President Biden emphatically reinforced today, that we will defend every inch of NATO territory. The United States has put in place the pieces for that, and if you look at what our NATO allies have done in terms of surging their own capabilities to Eastern Flank allies, upping their own defense expenditures, we are at a level, a state of readiness to take on any contingency, and we're doing the active coordination and scenario planning to be prepared for whatever comes our way.
Is there anything we can do to protect energy infrastructure now before something that's actually in use gets attacked in Europe?
The president mentioned today, actually, in response to a question, that we have, in fact, begun coordinating with allies to increase surveillance and monitoring of energy infrastructure, including pipelines in the Baltic Sea. And we will continue to work closely with Norway and other countries that have come out publicly and announced that they are stepping up their efforts in that regard. The United States has capabilities to be able to bring to bear, and we are bringing those to bear.
Can you describe a little for us about the scenario planning? I would think that when this war began, there was a certain category of planning that has gone on. And how significantly has that changed as the facts have changed, as these threats have changed? And does it suggest that this is a very dynamic situation where is the president engaged in approving new plans on a frequent basis, or is this something that is part of a ready playbook that would already be at the disposal of the Department of Defense, or is this something that's being retooled in real time?
There are elements that are consistent and elements that are dynamic. And what I mean by that is, from the very beginning, we've known the broad categories of forms of escalation that Russia could conceivably undertake. We've known the broad categories of contingencies that we might face, our allies might face, and Ukraine might face. But of course, as time goes on and circumstances change on the battlefield and broader diplomatic circumstances change, and as we gather new intelligence, we can refine the contingency planning within those broad categories to be more specific about different scenarios. And so over time, the president gets updates on the intelligence, updates on the likelihood or lack of likelihood of different circumstances, and refinements in the planning that's taking place across every element of our government, including the Defense Department, the intelligence community, the State Department, USAID, the Department of Energy, the Department of Transportation. We have people, experts from across our government working on a range of contingencies, and the president is in regular touch with his National Security Council principals to get updates on this and to give direction about how to continue to refine and sharpen these plans. The other thing that's happened is you've seen this steady stream of engagements President Biden has had with foreign counterparts, particularly in NATO, the G7, the European Union. That has been an opportunity to engage on different scenarios and to make sure that the leaders of these countries are directing their teams to coordinate together so that we can have a common playbook for how we respond in different circumstances. That's been a very important planning function that's almost unprecedented in the intensity and frequency of engagement at the leader level in a circumstance like this. Yeah.
Jake, I wanted to ask you about the sanctions. I know we've had batches of sanctions rolled out for the last, say, 7 months, and I wanted you to help us understand what makes you all confident that these latest sanctions would deter or change Putin's behavior when thus far we have not seen his behavior change.
Well, so first, one of the key elements of our sanctions strategy has been to reduce the capacity of the Russian military machine to regenerate its ability to threaten Ukraine. And we think we have had an impact on that, denying inputs to the weapons of war that Putin wants to manufacture and place on the battlefield. Second, we have wanted to undermine Russia's major sectors in technology, in industry, and of course in defense, so that its capacity to project power, threaten and coerce its neighbors, and wage wars of aggression is reduced over time. And we think that there is demonstrable progress on that front as well. Third, we want to send a clear message to the rest of the world that those companies, those individuals, and those countries that are going to stand beside Russia on this issue of illegal annexation, they will subject themselves to sanctions, and we do believe that that will have a considerable deterrent effect and have seen that in other circumstances. So for all of these reasons, we feel that the sanctions element of our strategy, the economic pressure that we are placing on Russia, and the denial of their ability to gather what they need to be able to regenerate their war machine, this has been a critical element to how we have prosecuted our strategy so far, and the impacts of it will continue to be felt month on month as we go forward and put us in a stronger position and Russia in a more disadvantaged position as this unfolds.
One follow on annexation. Can I just ask real quick on sort of the broader view of U.S. policy on annexation? Is it U.S. policy that any land gained by defensive or offensive war cannot be legally annexed?
It is the U.S. policy that the attempt to annex at the point of a gun, to conquer territory, hold sham referenda, and then declare that territory your sovereign territory and not your neighbor's sovereign territory is as flagrant a violation of the UN Charter as possible. And this case is cut and dried. And it's for that reason that the UN Secretary General, who has been a careful voice, a neutral arbiter in multiple efforts on diplomacy between Russia and Ukraine over the last 6 months, came out with an absolutely unequivocal statement in this regard yesterday, and every word of it is something that the international community can collectively stand behind. Yeah.
Do Russia's actions give you any second thoughts about enacting the oil price cap policy, which essentially would encourage countries to buy Russian oil at a discount as opposed to a full-out global ban?
We're continuing down the road of negotiating alongside our G7 partners and working with countries who are purchasers or prospective purchasers of Russian oil, what the parameters in terms of a price cap would look like. We are not currently discussing a change in that policy, but rather continuing to find ways to both protect global energy markets and to deny revenues to Putin to feed his war machine. That is our fundamental objective. We believe this is the best method by which to achieve that objective, and we're not looking at a fundamental course correction on that at this time. Yeah.
Are you concerned there could be attacks on U.S. and Western infrastructure after the Nord Stream 1 incident?
We have to be concerned about the possibility of Russian action, Russian aggression against Western infrastructure, Western facilities. We have been concerned about that from the beginning of the war. We don't have any specific intelligence to share with you today on that, but that is the reason we do contingency planning. It is the reason that we send strong deterrent messages like the President today saying that the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory, and it's why the President said today that we've elevated our surveillance and monitoring of critical infrastructure in NATO territory in the event that it is put at risk, either physically or through cyber means or otherwise, and we will continue to do that.
There is a heightened concern about that possibility.
Well, before this war even began, I stood at this podium and said the possibility that we could see attacks in the United States, cyber attacks, or we could see attacks in Europe, whether physical or cyber, was real. It was real then, it remains real today, and what happened with Nord Stream 1 and 2 only reminds us that it is real. Yes.
Thank you. There is a clear nexus between Russia and Iran regarding the drone program that threatened Ukraine. How worried are you about this, and is there any way to stop it? And will you impose more sanction on Iran in the aftermath of the killing of Ms. Amini that you yourself condemned, and also they issued some sanctions, but do we expect more sanctions on the Iranian regime?
We continue to condemn the brutality and the repression against the brave citizens of Iran, the brave women of Iran who are simply marching for their rights and their dignity and their justice. And we continue to stand with them, not just in word, but in deed. We have issued several sanctions against Iranian entities for what they have done in this killing and brutality. And yes, we will continue to look for targets to impose sanctions in response to these brutal human rights violations. We have also issued sanctions with respect to the transfer of UAVs from Iran to Russia, and we are looking for additional methods to reduce Iran's capacity to be able to manufacture and then to sell these kinds of systems to Russia. We will continue to work on that. And the entire world should see that Russia, as it runs into problems being able to regenerate its own capabilities, has to turn to other countries to try to get a hold of whatever kind of precision munition it can, including Iranian UAVs, that this is a move Russia has been forced to make because it is being denied inputs. And we're going to try and cut off other countries who Russia would seek to go out and approach to get these kinds of weapons to be able to feed their war machine in Ukraine. Yeah.
Can I very quickly ask whether the profile of weapons and stuff being sent is changing, and in particular whether you have a view on whether tanks should be provided to Ukraine either by the U.S. or by other countries facilitated by the U.S.? And separately, while we have you, it's been about a year since that AUKUS deal was announced. I'm wondering if you have any update on the status of that. Are the Australians going to be buying American submarines, British submarines, or a combination of the two?
Actually, our leaders just recently put out a statement following the one-year anniversary of the AUKUS announcement, which took place last September, just over a year ago, and we've made substantial progress over the course of the past year. We feel very good about the trilateral cooperation on the submarine program. We think that we have a good path forward. I'm not going to get into specifics on exactly what the nature of the platform will be. That some of the details of that need to continue to be worked out, but even more importantly, I need to protect the sensitivity of it. I will just say that our three countries are very much on the same page about the path forward, and there has been significant progress from concept 1 year ago to now the process of actually putting this in place. We also are pursuing a significant number of advanced capabilities through the AUKUS partnership in cyber, artificial intelligence, and other areas. We've seen significant progress on those as well, and there are certain areas where we are looking to bring in other partners as well as part of an open platform approach. With respect to tanks, we actually have facilitated the provision of tanks to Ukraine from some of our Eastern European partners who have provided the same type of Soviet-style tanks that the Ukrainian army trained on and is in possession of, and we will continue to do that. In terms of other weapon systems, what the president announced this week was a further provision of HIMARS, which we have provided before. We expect the next package will be a re-up of many of the capabilities that the Ukrainians have moved so effectively, and I don't have any announcements of new and additional capabilities beyond that.
What about NATO Jake, what about NATO standard tanks, the Abrams tanks, Leopard tanks, like a higher, more modern tank? That's what is being sought by either the Ukrainians or advocates for it. Are you ruling that out, or is NATO ruling that out?
I'm not ruling anything out. I will say I don't have any announcement on a U.S. tank today, and in terms of German tanks, I would refer you to the Germans who are in their own consultations with the Ukrainians on that.
Thanks, Jake. Senators Blumenthal and Graham introduced legislation yesterday that would cut off U.S. military and economic aid to nations that recognize Putin's annexation of Ukraine. Does the White House support this proposal, or would it consider such a policy move like this?
So I haven't had a chance to read the legislation, and in these circumstances, the details end up mattering. But at a broad level, the basic proposition that we should be imposing economic costs on countries, individuals, and entities that are providing political and economic support to these annexations, not only do we agree with that, I just announced that from this podium today. We are going to do that ourselves under executive authority. And I want to issue a clear warning to those who would think about providing political and economic support to these annexed territories or to Russia's efforts to justify and defend the annexation. You can be subject to U.S. sanctions as a result of those activities. We look forward to working with Senators Graham and Blumenthal on an approach in the Congress that could be consistent with and help drive that forward.
Thank you, Jake. A couple of questions on Ukraine and then a follow-up on Iran, if I may. I'd like to get the administration's reaction on President Zelensky's statement saying that we are ready for a dialogue with Russia, but with another president of Russia. That's my first one. And then the second one is we understand that U.S. diplomats have been pressing Russia's allies to convince Putin to de-escalate. Can you be more specific about those kinds of overtures? In what ways does the administration believe that China and India can apply more pressure on Moscow to de-escalate, not go the nuclear route?
So on your second question, we think any country that believes in the principles of the UN Charter, and frankly, that should be every country that signed up to the UN Charter, should be taking on its measure of responsibility to communicate directly to the Kremlin that what it is doing is wrong, it is unjustified, and it must stop. And we are asking that of countries around the world. We'd like them to speak out publicly, and we would like them to convey things privately, diplomatically. With respect to the first question, which was, I'm sorry.
Zelensky saying that he's ready for a dialogue with Russia, but with another president of Russia.
President Zelensky has consistently said throughout this conflict that the war ultimately will end through diplomacy, and we have consistently backed him up in that. I would have to refer you to him on that precise statement and what he means by it, but what I will tell you is that we have had daily engagement with the president, his chief of staff, his foreign minister, his defense minister, and much communication, of course, between our military and their military to make sure that we are understanding one another well, that we are transparent about the support we're providing and the strategy they're pursuing. That continues today, and that will continue every day from here on out.
Yeah. Share the sentiment of President Zelensky that a dialogue is only possible with another president and not Vladimir Putin?
I don't know the context of the statement, unfortunately, so I can't answer it in the characterization you've just provided it. What I will say is that President Biden believes that a diplomatic solution in Ukraine is possible, but it is only possible according to the basic terms of the UN Charter that everybody signed up to. That's what he said in his UN speech last week. He continues to believe that quite strongly, and in his conversations with President Zelensky, they've been of the same mind on that point.
Please follow up on Iran.
Question on the pipeline. Did I hear you correctly to say that the U.S. government has ruled out the involvement of any European allies, including Eastern European countries, some of whom are very angry about that pipeline and in the sabotage? And that
we do not believe that this was the work of any NATO ally.
And then, more broadly, Putin in his speech cast this as a kind of cultural struggle, with Russia standing for tradition and the U.S. and the West standing for Satanism, for attacking the family and traditional values and things like that. How do you answer that argument?
I mean, it's raving. The fact that he's using words like Satanism is, to me, precisely the kind of over-the-top rhetoric and ranting that you hear from someone who has no basis to justify what is a colonial and imperial land grab. And so rather than fill in any kind of logic or moral defense of what he has done, he has to resort to these kinds of absurd arguments. And I think that can be plain for the entire world to see. Yeah, and this will be the last one, so.
Thank you, Jake. On another topic, what is your expectation for the election in Brazil this Sunday? What are you going to be watching for? And how fast is the White House going to recognize the result once it's announced?
I don't make predictions about American elections, so I promise you I will not make predictions about Brazilian elections or the elections of any other country. So, thank you, guys.
Question about Ukraine.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jake. We don't have much time because I know folks have to gather, but Colleen, you want to kick us off?
Sure. Karine, can you give us an update on the president's plans? Will he go to Florida? Will he go to Puerto Rico? And then also, do you have any idea how much money you'll have to request from Congress yet to replenish the disaster fund?
So I'll say this, the continuing resolution in Congress, as you all know, is voting. They're voting on this all today, so we'll help ensure that FEMA has the resources it needs to address immediate response and recovery needs, including those in Puerto Rico and also in Florida. So we will remain in close touch, obviously, with Congress on continuing to evaluate that. As far as what's currently happening, look, the president's been very clear. He wants to focus on what Florida needs, what Puerto Rico needs, and they both have the full force and the full support of the federal government, and we will continue to have close conversations with the officials on the ground to make sure that they have the people in Puerto Rico and the people in Florida have what they need. As you heard, he spoke to the South Carolina governor today, offering those same that same support support. One of the things that I just want to reiterate, which is really important about what we have seen these last couple of days, actually more than a week, is if you think about what the president was able to do in Florida and what the president's going to be able to do in South Carolina, which is pre-position federal employees, responders on the ground in a way that we have not seen before. It is unprecedented what we're seeing, the type of coordination that we're seeing on the ground. And so that is because the president has made this a priority, and he wants to make sure that we are offering all of the support. Just to name a few, because this is, we think, important. This is the FEMA Urban Search and Rescue, the U.S. Coast Guard, the Department of Defense, DHS, the Department of the Interior, working hand in hand with the Florida National Guard and state and local responders. And these teams are doing the work day and night to make sure that they're rescuing folks on the ground, but also offering water, food, and generators as well.
When the president does go to Florida, whenever that might be, does he want to meet with Governor DeSantis personally?
So, I want to be very clear about this. This is not about politics, right? This is about the people of Florida and what they need. When we saw Surfside, the horrible, catastrophic, building falling in Surfside and killing so many Floridians not too long ago, over a year ago, you saw Governor DeSantis and you saw this president sit side by side talking about how they were going to work together to make sure that that community got everything that they need. So this is not about politics. I don't have anything to share about a trip that the president's going to be making. He spoke for himself yesterday. It's something that he wants to do when it's appropriate in Florida. He does want to also go to Puerto Rico, and once we have an announcement to make, we surely will make that announcement.
Apparently a meeting today between the administration and oil executives. Could you tell us a little bit about that? What's that for?
For sure. So from what I understand, like as you stated, there's a meeting that happened with the Department of Energy with the oil companies. Don't have anything to share at this time as to how that meeting went or what was on the agenda. But certainly it is an important meeting as we look at continuing to keep those gas prices and oil prices down for the American people. As soon as I'm sure there'll be a readout and some more information to share to all of you. Go ahead.
Yesterday, President Biden said that Governor DeSantis, when they spoke, complimented him and praised the immediate response from the federal government. Is that a sentiment that the president returns? Does he think Governor DeSantis has handled the response to this well so far?
So I can't speak to the specifics of a private conversation. I can say that we gave a readout from our end about how the conversation states versus blue states. This is about the American people that are families and everyday people who are on the ground who need the assistance, and they are going to continue to coordinate. They are going to continue to have conversations. They had, I believe, 3 conversations in just a week's time about what they can do to help the communities in Florida. But I don't want to get into politics here because this is not about that.
Right. I'm not asking about politics. I'm just asking if the president thinks that Governor DeSantis has done a good job.
I'm just not going to look. I haven't had that conversation with the president. What I can tell you is that they are working closely together. The FEMA administrator is down there currently with the governor. They are traveling the state together and looking at what is currently happening on the ground. I'm not going to get into particulars of who's doing a good job and who's doing could do a better job, I should say. Right now, we are working closely, hand in hand, with the officials on the ground. We have had multiple conversations, not just this president, but also the FEMA administrator. And you can see the fact that they've had conversations, the fact that the FEMA administrator is on the ground, that this is a working relationship that is about the people of Florida. I'm not going to get into scorecards here. I don't think you got called.
Yeah, thanks. Just real quick, is the president will sign the CR today? Is that the idea now?
I don't have any. That's a very good question. I don't have any specifics on that. I know it takes some time. Like there's mechanics that need to be handled on the Congress side before a bill gets here. I don't have any specifics on when that gets signed. Clearly, he will sign it as soon as he's able to do that.
Okay, and is the White House still committed to an early October timeline for the application for student loans to go public? Yesterday there was an email that went out to some borrowers that said October generally. It didn't say early October. I'm wondering if the timeline has slipped at all.
I do have a little bit. I don't have a specific date in October, but let me just, since you mentioned the email, yesterday we began the first of what will be regular updates to borrowers interested in debt relief. We shared information of what people can expect in the coming weeks around the program and process for applying. We shared the following. The application for debt relief will be available next month in October. No date set yet, but we will next month. It's this month. We are in October, right? Or tomorrow. Tomorrow we're in October. The application will be a short online form. Borrowers won't need to upload any documents or use their FSAID to support their application. The application will be available from October 2022 through December 2023. Once an individual submits a form, the Department of Education will review the application, determine if the individual is eligible for relief, and will work with their loan server to process the relief. Our goal, as you all know, and we have said this, is to provide borrowers a seamless and simple experience, working closely with the servicers who will actually process the relief. We will have additional information for borrowers and in the upcoming days. Again, I know you're asking for a specific date, but that was what we provided in the email, and we should have more soon to share.
Really briefly, do we have any week ahead guidance for next week? I know that you don't want to say anything about the trip to Puerto Rico or Florida, but we typically
we usually put out our week aheads for those who follow the week aheads coming out of here on Sundays. If there is a trip next week, we certainly will share that with you. Don't have anything to announce at this time at the podium.
Just put a plug in for on Fridays as much as possible, trying to give some week ahead.
No, I understand. We've been here for 19 months, and we've always done the week aheads on Sundays. No, I hear you. I get it, but I'm just.
To do that.
Oh yeah, that's right. We just don't have. I hear what you're saying. We just don't have anything today for Friday to share. I get the question. I got it. But normally, yes, we do our week aheads that we send out on Sundays, and you're right. We used to do that on Fridays. I just don't have anything to share, and we will try and be more proactive in doing that on Fridays for sure. Go ahead, Jackie.
Thanks, Lorraine. A couple times this week, the president came after oil and gas companies. He threatened again to investigate instances of price gouging. But John Kirby said yesterday that they haven't seen any evidence of that happening. And I remember the president first put out this call for the FTC to investigate possible price gouging in November of last year. So my question to you is, why does he keep throwing that out there, and does it have anything to do with the possibility that OPEC could announce a production cut next week and we might start to see prices come up? Is he trying to deflect away from?
So, as you know, we're not going to speak to OPEC Plus. We are clearly not a partner or part of OPEC Plus. So they are an independent entity, and we allow them to make their news and their announcements on their own. What we're saying is we're just making sure that while people are we are all dealing with a hurricane, that gas and oil companies don't take advantage of it. It's just a little bit of a, hey, we want to make sure in this time when people are losing their homes, when people are dealing with an incredibly difficult time, that we shouldn't take advantage of it. That's it. It is just coming from the president, and we feel that coming from the president is a powerful voice. And so, look, we know that disruptions from hurricanes can pose challenge to markets, but the latest projections show that major refineries should not be impacted by Hurricane Ian. And so we're just making it very clear to the oil companies. The president is making it very clear to the oil companies. So there's nothing more to it than just being vigilant about that.
Does it all run the risk, though, of further fraying the relationship between the administration and these? There's been, obviously some space between, their position, industry head's position, and the White House in terms of attitudes toward fossil fuels and, sort of casting of blame from side to side. companies will say, well, the Biden administration is hostile, and that's why, we can't ramp up production. Does this kind of rhetoric
I mean,
make
I don't
it worse?
think so. As you know, the oil companies are currently meeting with officials, White House officials, and the Department of Energy. And so, look, I think the president thinks that he is standing up for the American people and making sure that oil companies are passing on the savings that they're getting to consumers. And we have said that time and time again. And this is something that the president thinks it's important to use his platform to do so.
Thanks, Corinne. Can you give us, I know you're not going into the week ahead, but for the weekend, President Biden is in town. He's going to the Congressional Black Caucus dinner tomorrow night. Are there other things he's doing this weekend, anything related to the hurricane that he's planning to?
Well, he is getting regularly, daily updated on Hurricane Ian. As you've heard him say many times, if we have anything else to share, we certainly will. As I mentioned, Administrator Criswell is in Florida, so when she, either before she gets back or when she gets back, she certainly will give the president an update on what she saw on the ground. So that'll be very important. And she has spoken to him many times, multiple times this week. So again, he'll get a daily update as he has been for the past week or so on both Hurricane Fiona when that was happening and currently with this hurricane. And we will have more to share if there's any other calls that he makes on the ground with officials as well.
The other thing I wanted to ask was, you had said the other day that Jackie Walensky's family was going to be here today for a bill signing. Has that...
The president was doing, like I mentioned in the briefing a couple of days ago, and as you just stated, the president has been looking forward to hosting the late representative's family and other lawmakers to honor her legacy, and he is signing the bill naming a post office in her memory, and that is happening. It was happening when we started the briefing, so I haven't gotten an update on how that went, but clearly this is an important moment for her family, and so I can give you a little bit of who was in the meeting so that you all know. It included the late representative's husband, mother, brother, staff, and several bipartisan members of Congress, Speaker Pelosi, Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, Representative Jim Baird, Representative Jim Banks. So this, again, happened while I was coming to the podium. And as you know, the majority of bill signings are not necessarily always done in public, and so this is that example as well.
So Kevin McCarthy was here for the bill signing. Is that the first time has he met?
I don't have a kind of a data or on how many times he's been here, so I actually can't speak to that at this time. But he was here for this particular bill signing. We have to remember that the issue that she fought so hard for on ending hunger, ending child hunger, and specifically has been an issue that's been bipartisan, and that's what we saw a couple of days ago from that summit. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. The Education Department yesterday tweaked some eligibility issues with the student loan forgiveness plan that it basically say that borrowers with federal loans that are owned by private banks are now ineligible. It will affect perhaps 770,000 borrowers. I've also seen a couple million. Just curious, is that a disappointment for the White House that you have to make this change seemingly around some legal issues? And could there be future changes before applications are made that could narrow eligibility further, or is the plan final now?
So first, I just want to make sure, because I know this was out there, that the number of borrowers impacted or change in this change is much smaller. I know there was a number of millions, but it's actually much smaller. So our goal from day one has always been to deliver relief to many borrowers as possible, as quickly as possible, and this change helps us achieve that. So we will continue to make sure we zero in on that. Look, the Department of Education continues to explore alternative ways to provide relief to those borrowers with commercially held loans. I do want to say that when you think about what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to give relief to everyday Americans, right? We're trying to give relief to working families. We're trying to give relief to working Americans. And the fact that you see folks out there in Republican states that are making it very hard for us to do that, for us to give a little bit of a breathing room to working Americans, I think it's really unfortunate, because what we are doing is actually popular with Americans. What we are doing is actually giving Americans an opportunity to put money down on a house, an opportunity to start a family. And so that is what, unfortunately, we're seeing that these red state Republican officials are doing. And remember, this is going to help 40 million Americans who truly, really need just a little bit more space.
Do you anticipate, though, that the plan is now final, or could there be other modifications like this before the...
So I don't want to, I can't speak to that. What I can say is we're going to do everything that we can to explore alternative ways to give relief to those borrowers, these particular borrowers that you were asking me about, that are with commercially held loans. And so we're going to do everything that we can. The Department of Education is going to do everything that they can. Again, this is about giving relief, a little bit of breathing room, some extra kind of opportunity for folks to really, be able to get that house again, to start that family. And so that's what we're going to continue to focus on. I think I have to go. I'm getting the, but I'll see you all next week, and we will have a week ahead as soon as we can. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
season, that really dissipated over the last 24 to 36 hours. You go in places in Central Florida, there's a lot of standing water. Some of these places, had water still up a couple feet on some of the homes. They're bracing for more impacts as you see some things with the St. John's and other things that happen. So we knew there would be flooding, but to have more standing water 200 plus miles away than that is saying something. And then we've seen the impacts in this community up here in Northeast Florida before. We are going to be asking, Kevin's going to be working with FEMA about potentially expanding individual assistance eligibility beyond the counties that have already been added. So right now it's Southwest Florida into Central Florida. It stops before you get up into St. John's. I don't think Flagler or Volusia are in it either. So you look, Flagler, Volusia, they've had some big impacts too. So that's something that we're going to be working with them on. We think that will be something that will be helpful for the residents of this area. Fuel, by and large, has done really well, even with the ports having to shut down because of the storm. You have fuel flowing in. It was good to see these gas stations open in Southwest Florida. That's something that we've had storms in the past where people were without fuel for weeks or a long time, and that's a pain. It makes it harder for people to get back. So we appreciate the attention that's been paid on that. And then in terms of like telecom service, it is getting better in Southwest Florida. They are putting more towers in because of the towers that have been destroyed. But I would say that all the companies, I think, now are allowing the other customers to roam on their network, and so that makes it very helpful. So if you're down there, just don't try to do Wi-Fi calling. That's not up where it needs to be. Just do normal calling with roaming. And if you're a Verizon, you can't get that, you may be able to get AT&T. And so that's something that's very, very important. I want Kevin to come up and give an update, and then we'll have the administrator come up as well. Kevin?
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for your leadership all day long today. Here in St. Johns County and St. Augustine, I know some of the public safety officials know this is my home. So I'm coming back home. This is not the way that I like to come home on the weekends, but I'm here to help not just the state of Florida, but also my hometown. So we're out here walking the streets. Myself, the administrator, the regional administrator, we're sitting here talking about different aspects of this particular neighborhood, other areas around St. Johns County, to potentially get them into the declaration for individual assistance. I think one of the things we have in this particular community that I want to just talk about, because we don't get an awful lot of time to talk about this, is just down the road here we have a house that's being raised with FEMA funding as a part of the Flood Mitigation Assistance Grant Program. There's a similar program called the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program that will be coming as a part of this particular storm disaster. I know they're complicated and complex grants to work through. They take a little bit of time, but at the same time, if you're in a situation where you continually flood, then we can elevate your home. And those are good ideas to do in a neighborhood just like this. So highly encourage you folks in this area to consider those programs. I know the city and the county will be reaching out to individuals that want participants in that program, so please continue to be a part of that program. As the governor has mentioned, infrastructure is, we're seeing the results of infrastructure hardening. The chief was telling me that some of the lift stations and whatnot were more resilient in this storm than they were in Matthew. So things are, we're getting better at what we do as far as hurricane response. If there's things that you need, please make sure you reach out to your local emergency management agency, reach out to the fire chief, the police chief here, make sure that we know about them, get those things rolled up to us. We're going to be here to continue to support not just St. Johns County and the city of St. Augustine, but all Floridians across the state. So, Governor, appreciate your leadership on this. Thank you.
Okay, and joining us from FEMA is our administrator, Deanne Criswell.
Thank you. I really appreciated the opportunity today to join the governor and Director Guthrie to get eyes on firsthand. It's really important for me to be able to come into a community after an event like this so I can get an idea of what the impacts are. You see a lot of the images on the news, but there's nothing that replaces being able to see and talk to people and hear what they're going through. I'll tell you some of the things that I heard throughout the day today was how the neighbors are helping neighbors. They're really jumping in and helping each other out. We just heard a great story here, but we've heard that across the state today. And the absolute heroic efforts that the first responders put forward in those first few days. I just want to thank all of them for everything that they've done. As you heard the governor stay with different programs that are available for individual assistance with FEMA. Continuing to do assessments. One of the reasons that I am here with the governor today is to get eyes on, to see the damages, so we will continue to add more counties as we understand what the impacts the communities across Florida have experienced as a result of this storm. And so as you move into the recovery, we're going to continue to be here to support the governor and Director Guthrie and any requests that they have to make sure that we're able to jumpstart the recovery process, but also to be with you here as you go through the rebuilding and the reconstruction phases. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any questions for anybody?
Yeah, Governor, I know it's very early to tell, but is there an idea how much is the cost so far that we've seen in Florida and St. Augustine?
No, I think that's going to take some time. I mean, I can tell you in our preparations with everything we did to prepare from the state, it was hundreds of millions of dollars. We did $300 million from the time that storm developed, and we said this is something last week that was going to be an issue, declared the state of emergency and got in. We were able to do that, and that has helped with the response tremendously. You remember I proposed a couple years ago, and the legislature did, to have a fund in state government for disaster response. And so we have $500 million that we earmark every year, and so this is the first time, unfortunately, we're having to tap it, but that money was there, ready to go. Now that FEMA, or now that the administration has given us the 30 days, a lot of that's going to be reimbursable. And so a lot of what the local governments have done in the local communities, those first 30 days will be 100% reimbursable by the federal government. And so that was similar to what's done in other hurricanes like Michael, and that'll make it. The thing about this one is, sometimes you hear hurricanes and it'll hit like one place in one state. Well, in Florida, when they meander across a peninsula, you're hitting all these different communities, and there's a lot of impacts that have a trickle effect all across the state.
Governor, as you're moving around the state touring the damage, are there any locations that rescue crews still can't get to, and what kind of challenges are they facing to get into those areas?
Would you say there's not any that they can't, or I mean,
right. It's complicated getting into Sanibel and St. Mars Beach, but we are starting an airlift bridge, an air bridge, and a barge bridge.
So right now, so for those of you not familiar with Southwest Florida, Sanibel Island and Captiva are connected to the mainland by a bridge, a causeway. That causeway was severed by the storm in a couple different places. So the only way to access that is either by sea or by air. And so what happened from the wee hours of the morning when the storm passed was bringing in Black Hawk helicopters, Chinook helicopters, finding people that wanted to be rescued, and then bringing them safely back to the mainland. What they are also finding as they've gone in those areas is a lot of the residents are stabilized. They rode out the storm. Probably a very harrowing experience, but some of them have really nice homes and can do that. And so what they're finding now is a lot of them want to stay put on the island, and they're thanking the first responders for being there, but they are not asking to be rescued. Obviously, anyone in need of that, they are going to be willing to do that and bring back. But I would say the early hours, a lot of people just want to get off the island. Now more and more, they want to stay. The issue with this is going to be the transport back and forth to those islands is going to be good. We also have another island, great community, Pine Island. We were just at. That bridge got severed too. Now we will fix both of those bridges, but that doesn't happen overnight. I mean, there's a long process that goes on with that. So in the meantime, they are going to be running boats. They are going to obviously be doing air operations. I know Sanibel used to be an island that you had to ferry to anyways. We have some of those throughout the state of Florida. That's how they do it. But I think most people appreciate being able to drive back and forth. So we'll do that. But I think those were those island communities that were severed by the bridge were probably the most difficult to get to, and so you just had to use these resources. But that's part of the reason we had all these aircraft stationed in the run up to the storm. We're saying, hey, we've got another 50 aircraft. Now we have 250 aircraft ready to go. FWC, National Guard, all these different task forces and everything. We have these the same guys that responded to the Surfside Tower collapse in South Florida. They were on Alligator Alley at midnight while the storm was still kicking, so that they can get over there and help rescue people. So it's been a really Herculean effort. I think the issue is going to be who is going to want to stay there long term knowing that the power situation is not great. They will fix it, but if they have to rewire the whole infrastructure, it's just going to take a little bit longer than if they just have to fix one utility pole. And then also the transport back and forth. I mean, some people like it that not as many people can come because they like being more tucked away. Others not so much. The other thing that we're concerned about, particularly in those areas that were really hard hit, is we want to make sure we're maintaining law and order. Don't even think about looting. Don't even think about taking advantage of people in this vulnerable situation. And so local law enforcement is involved in monitoring that. I told Kevin if the state needs to help as well, because you can have people bringing boats into some of these islands and trying to ransack people's homes. I can tell you, in the state of Florida, you never know what may be lurking behind somebody's home. And I would not want to chance that if I were you, given that we're a Second Amendment state.
Governor, you're coming down to St. Johns County. I want to ask you, and thank you for bringing FEMA with you. Now, we're seeing flooding that people are reporting similar to Hurricane Matthew out here in St. Johns County. And I know a lot of people felt it took a while to get FEMA relief last time at Hurricane Matthew. For the citizens of St. Johns County, what are we looking at? Can you give us any sort of timeline, or can the FEMA folks give us any sort of timeline on when people can start expecting that FEMA relief here in St. Johns County?
So I'll let the administrator speak. I will just say, obviously, there's conversations about declaring this county available for individual assistance. That has not been done yet, so hopefully it will, and then at that point, the individuals will come and get assistance.
Thank you.
Yeah, so exactly. There's right now 13 counties that have been declared for individual assistance. They should register now for assistance. They can do that by going to disasterassistance.gov. They can call 1-800-621-3362, or they can use our FEMA app. Again, as I've been out here today with the governor, and we have teams all over the state doing assessments with the state to look at the damages in other counties, we will add more counties for assistance, and as soon as that happens, they can register for assistance. Some of the funding can go into their accounts sometimes right away for some initial needs that are met. Then we will send inspectors out to look at what the damages are. I think it's important to note, though, that FEMA does not replace insurance, so insurance is your first line that you need to go to, and then our funding can help jumpstart the rest of that recovery process. We're capped on statutorily for how much money that we can give for repair, but we also have the same amount of money that we can do for personal property belongings. And so we'll continue to work with each of the individuals because we know that their cases are all unique, right? Every individual is going to have a different circumstance. It's going to be very unique and specific to them. And so we will have case managers that will help support that. And I believe when I was talking to Director Guthrie, already starting some of that case management process because there's a lot of other funding sources that can come in.
Thank you.
And you now can do, and I didn't know this until the administrator told me, cleanup costs associated with flooding. When you have individual assistance, you can actually get money to help defray the cost of just cleaning up all the flood damage, and so that's obviously could be very expensive. I know a lot of people put elbow grease into it and really work hard on their property, but if you need someone to come in professionally, you now have access to some support for that.
Sir, when you get to places.
Oh yeah, and so we've been mentioning the way to, because people say, hey, how can we help? You see just in this community. I was talking with a couple down there. They evacuated, and when they came back, people were fixing their yard and doing stuff to help them out with their home. And so you have that spirit in these situations that are very difficult and obviously really life-changing in places that got hit so tremendously in Southwest Florida. But people step up and they want to help their fellow friends and neighbors. So we have a thing with Volunteer Florida, FloridaDisasterFund.org. This is purely tax-deductible private donations for private groups to work with Volunteer Florida to help administer individual relief to people. And the thought behind it is FEMA has certain things they can do. They now can do this cleaning, for example. 10 years ago, they couldn't do it. So even if you wanted it, they could not do it. They have to follow whatever the rules are. Well, now this is a little bit more nimble. You can find unique needs for people, and we're not exactly sure what the medium and long-term needs are going to be for everybody because we're not sure how many people are totally displaced. Those are a lot of seasonal homes there. There's a lot of rentals, and we don't know which homes are this or that. Well, we will find out as more people come for relief. So FloridaDisasterFund.org is way. I think they've raised $10–15 million already for that. And so that's going to be something that I think will help a lot of people, particularly those who are now without home.
Governor, as you've been able to get to places like Sanibel, Captiva, is there a way to put a number on the casualties, regrettably?
So they are doing those assessments. There have been casualties with the way they do it, and Kevin's explained it. There's a process where that's going. So if somebody drowns in their home because of flooding, that's going to be a confirmed storm-related casualty. Obviously, unfortunately, people do pass away for other things. So sometimes there are deaths that are not attributable to the storm. Some may be indirect. Like, for example, in Charlotte County, they had somebody who, during the high tide of the storm, had a heart attack. He could not get emergency services because of what was going on. And so by the time the storm passed, it was too late. So that would be something that would be indirect. What I would tell you is, having looked at the damage in particularly Fort Myers Beach and some of those areas, some of those homes that are new construction actually stood, and sometimes you wouldn't even know that a storm hit it. But man, I'll tell you, those older homes that just aren't as strong built, they got washed into the sea, some of them. And so if you were hunkering down in that, that is something that I think would be very difficult to be survivable. And so they're still trying to figure out, okay, who was home, who wasn't. I will tell you though, when they've gone to the Sanibel and these places, the people that did hunker down, and I just talked to the folks in Pine Island, they said the same thing. They said, by and large, life and limb, people did okay. It doesn't mean there's not going to be reported casualties, because there have been, and there will be. So it was a really significant storm. One of the things I think Kevin has done a good job of, and what I've tried to do, is point out how what the storm does directly is obviously very significant, but in these days after, there's deaths that happen in these storms. Down power lines, people using generators inside their homes, some of the flood, the standing water, some of the hazards that does. So please, just because the storm has passed, don't think that there aren't hazards there. Here, there's not as much standing water as in some of the places I saw in Central Florida. Fortunately, a lot of our power infrastructure seemed to hold up pretty well through most parts of the state, so that will mitigate some hazards. But at the end of the day, just please understand, and this is true for Michael, this is true for Irma, that in the week, 10 days after, we saw casualties because of what was happening, and we want to avoid those as much as we can.
Governor, do we know what the impacts are on
Was
the
anything that could or should have been done better to avoid those casualties? Should the evacuation order have been placed sooner?
Do you want to talk about how that happened?
So first of all, emergency management directors, sheriffs, police chiefs, fire chiefs make the best decision on the information they have at the time. This particular storm was going up and down the West Coast, moving inland out. I mean, at one point in time, we were looking at maybe an Apalachicola Bay storm all the way back to the Keys. The first thing that I would say to that is this was a very frustrating storm, trying to pinpoint where it was going to go. Lee County did not get real notice that they were going to be the center of this thing until about 36 to 48 hours. When that happened, they immediately called for the Cat A. They had a voluntary Cat A, or evacuation zone A, in place already for the storm surge, when they were looking at 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. But then when it moved to a 12 to 18 foot of storm surge, they immediately called for mandatory evacuations. You may recall that the governor had said, if you're in a situation, you should evacuate. We can 100% guarantee you will not die from storm surge if you leave. We need people to heed warnings much more in the future and evacuate situations. That's the best way to save a life.
Well, and also, just so when we did our briefing 72 hours before the storm on Sunday, the National Hurricane Center had the storm hitting Taylor County in North Florida. Fort Myers and Naples were not even in the cone. And so it was a situation where those folks at the local level, as that storm started to shift, then they took that data and then they acted appropriately. But if you think, where was most of the media when the storm hit? They were not in Fort Myers. They were in Tampa. That's where they thought that the storm was going to hit, and obviously those folks were under evacuation orders as well. So I think from Southwest Florida's perspective, as the storm shifted, they made calls and they were helping people get to shelters. They opened up their shelters. They did what they needed to do. I'll also point out there were a number of people who evacuated from Tampa to Fort Myers. thinking that the storm was going to go. So I think that those folks were looking at the data that they had, and as soon as they had data that they were going to be affected by this, and more than just a peripheral. I mean, 3 feet of storm surge is a big deal, and I said even on Sunday, hey, just because it goes to Taylor County doesn't mean you're not going to get surge in Naples, and that's true. But there's a big difference between getting that and then getting the actual eye of the storm. And I would say not only, I don't think they had even 48 hours. I think it was really as we were getting through the day on Tuesday when it really looked like they could get it. But even then, a lot of the impacts were projected to be Sarasota, Charlotte. Now, Lee would have had impacts from that, but even then they were not projected. So that storm kept moving further southeast as it was going compared to where the models are, and there's absolutely a difference. I mean, whoever was on that right side of that eye wall, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach, those areas, that was the biggest wallop. If you were on the left side, there was damage, but it's noticeably different whether you're on that. And so these miles make a big difference in terms of how they do. But I can tell you, Kevin was working with all the local emergency managers ever since last week. And we said the whole time, we're like, everyone needs to be prepared. We don't know where it's going to go. You will lose power. You may be called upon to evacuate. You may have fuel interruptions, and so plan accordingly. And I think that they all did. I think that they took the information and they put it into practice. Okay, thanks everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, not for me.